shall we start? All right. Okay, so we're going to see how sometimes you see a text appearing at the back of the person in a video. Okay, if in Photoshop, you can just select the person and then put it in a different layer, and then the text you put in between. Correct? Okay, same method we use in After Effects, but here it is a video. So when it is a video, we need to make sure the shape that we cut, right, it will follow that person in throughout the video. Okay, so for example, I'm going to import this video. This video got two resolution here. This one. One is full HD, one is ultra HD. Okay, I'm going to choose the bigger one so that when the video is higher resolution, then you can get a better selection. And also, if you are planning to do that, planning to cut out the people, right? Try to find a video without motion blur. Okay, when there is a fast movement, the camera moving fast, then you'll get a motion blur. Difficult for you to paint later. All right. Okay, so I want you to import this video. Do you have the file? Ultra HD, yeah? Yep. Okay, after you import, okay, remember earlier we had this button here, new composition from footage. Okay, this option, what it will do is we can create a composition based on the video setting. All right. So since we already imported this video, so to create a composition using the footage, you can select the video, drag and drop the timeline if the timeline is empty. So currently it is empty, so you can drag and drop. But let's say you already created a different composition already. So here it won't be empty, right? So what you do, you drag this video, put it at the create new composition icon at the bottom of the project panel. Also, it will create a composition. Okay, one more time. I delete first. Okay, let's say I already imported my video. I can also drag and drop to the timeline. Bila drag and drop to the timeline, it will create a composition, same setting as your video. Faham? Okay, or let's say I already have something over here, right? So I cannot drag and drop here. So instead, I can select any video that I import, drag and drop to this icon here. It will create another composition. Correct? Okay, so why we are creating a composition based on the video setting? Because I want to maintain the resolution. After I do the rotoscope, we call that the process of cutting the person out as rotoscope. Okay, after I rotoscope, then I can put into another composition which is smaller, full HD size. Okay, so these things, right, applies for one is rotoscope, another one is motion tracking, and also camera tracking. So you create a composition based on the video size. After you did the tracking, after you did the rotoscope, after complete all the, put in all the elements, then you can put into another composition. For example, I create new composition, full HD size, whatever duration, I click OK. Then I take the existing composition, right, put it inside here, and then you can scale it down. Okay, I can right click, transform, fit to com width, for example. Understand? Understand? Okay, so for now, this one no need, do it first. Okay, so after you import, drag and drop to your timeline, you get a new composition. Okay, you can rename this lah. Okay, let's say I want to rename as rotoscope. Okay, if I want to make the text appear behind this person, right? Okay, I need to select this person out, and then I need to put it into another layer. Then in between, I put my text. That is one way. To cut this person, we use rotoscope. Another method is we use masking. But when you do masking, right, you have to manually move the mask as the person moves in the video. Means you need to animate the mask point by point, frame by frame. Difficult. But if it is a video like a building, straight lines, right? easier if you use mask instead of rotoscope. Paham? All right. So let's try to, do the rotoscope. Okay, go back to your first frame. Okay, so the duration here is quite long, you see, until 17 seconds. Quite long. So what we do, we cut the video into about 5 seconds. All right. So you go to 5-second duration, and then you press N in your keyboard. Press N in your keyboard to shorten the work area. And then you right click at the work area, you choose trim comp to work area. So your composition, right? The duration of the composition, it will become 5 seconds. And also if you notice the video, it's already cut over here. Can you see there is a small bar? Means it's already trimmed the video also. Okay. Kalau tak trim video tak boleh. Why? Because for example, tengok sini. Saya undo balik. Okay. So let's say I manually change my composition setting. I go to my composition setting. Let's say I change to 5 seconds. Can you see here? The clip, it doesn't cut, right? When the clip is not trimmed, when I want to do rotoscope, I need to double click the layer. So when I double click the layer, I get this panel here. The duration is still 17 seconds. Nampak? Okay, kalau tak trim video. Alright, so let me just undo back. Close this. I zoom up. Now what I do, I go to 5-second duration. Even if you don't change your composition duration, you still trim the video at 5 seconds, let's say. How do I trim the video? N is work area. Right click. As a timeline, right click. How do I trim the video? Nak pendekkan dekat bahagian sebelah kanan. Alternate and option and close square bracket. Nampak? Dah trim kan? Okay, now when I double click my clip, okay, you see the duration is now 5 seconds. Faham? Okay, so anyway, whatever duration that you want to do the rotoscope, you need to trim the video. Or you change the composition duration also. And also cut the video. Okay, so to do that at the same time, what I can do, I shorten my work area, press N, right click on the work area, trim comp to work area. So it will change the composition duration and also it will cut the video. Understand? All right. So I already changed my duration to 5 seconds. Have you done it as well? All right. Okay, now we want to start to do the painting here. Okay, so make sure your time is at the first frame. Double click the layer. It will open up in another panel. Okay, previously, right, the older version of After Effects, it will show in the same panel, not separate like this. Okay, in Premiere Pro, yes, it's separated, but After Effects previously it was in one screen, so difficult. Sometimes people confuse. All right, so it's better in this way lah. So you can see the thing separately. So this layer, I make it bigger. Okay, because I want to paint on the face here. So I want to animate a text appearing behind this head over here. This person, the middle one, behind this person. All right. So we're going to paint only the head, let's say. If let's say you want to put a text at the shoulder or whatever, behind the shoulder, then you need to paint here as well. Okay. All right. So I go to my roto brush tool here. Can you see there is a brush with the, like a person there? Okay. Click the roto brush tool. And then when you bring your cursor, you see a small circle, green color. Okay. So that is your brush. Okay, to adjust the brush size, you hold your control key or command key, click and drag to adjust the size. Same like in Maya. Okay, hold your control, click and drag to adjust the brush size. And then now you can see there is a plus in the middle. Green color with a plus in the middle means similar to quick selection tool in Photoshop. Similar to quick selection tool in Photoshop. When you want the selection, you paint. When you don't want to selection, what do you do? In Photoshop? Yes. Hold alternate, you'll see a red color with a minus. All right. So you just try to paint the person here. Let's say until the body or whatever. Okay, something like this. If let's say not enough, for example, here at the spec here, I zoom in, hold control key, click and drag to make it smaller brush, and then I start to paint some more. Understand? Okay, sekali lagi saya repeat balik. Okay, quick selection tu pernah guna tak Photoshop? Tak, pernah. Okay, same. Okay, only thing to resize the brush, hold control, click and drag. Okay, alright. So after you adjust your brush size, you click and drag dekat mana kita nak layer baru, something like this. Click and drag. Lepas tu click and drag lagi. Okay, click and drag lagi. Okay, let's say I nak dia punya sampai shoulder ke, let's say. Extra a bit, tak apalah. Okay, and then you zoom in nearer, check anywhere you missed up. Make your brush size smaller, and then paint. Jadi tak? Okay, so here at the neck area here, okay, I need to remove some of it. So reduce the brush size, hold alternate, click and drag. Reduce the brush size, hold alternate, click and drag, or option. Sambil tekan control, klik dan tarik. Command. Yep. Hold your control key or command key, click and drag. It will resize. That's it. Alternate option. Hold your option key and then paint. Make sure your time is at the first frame. Time 0, make sure. Very important. Kalau nak remove selection, hold alternate, click and drag. Bila hold alternate, dia jadi color merah. Brush jadi color merah. Okay, now you can see the outline in the magenta color, right? Yes? Yes? Okay, at the bottom of this panel here, can you see like the icon? There is 3 icons like a person there.
Yes.
Choose the third option, the red color one. So you can see easily how it's going to look like. The part that you cut. Dekat bawah panel ni ada gambar orang. Nampak tak? Ada 3 orang. Yang merah yang ketiga. Okay, dah ke? Can everyone? Okay, take a look here. Okay, in Photoshop, right, when you have a like a hair, like a fur, feather, right? Okay, you use refine edge brush tool, right? Correct? Okay, so here also, if you click and hold your roto brush tool, there is another tool here, refine edge tool. Click and hold your roto brush tool. Nampak tak refine edge? Yeah, you choose that. But take a look here. If you use the refine edge brush tool, right, it will take much longer to process. Okay, so you must remember that. Okay, sometimes if the detail is not so important, if the animation is going to be very fast, you don't use the refine edge brush tool. Okay, but if the quality is very important, it's okay if it is delaying or whatever, then you use the refine edge brush tool. Okay, so for example, I choose my refine edge brush tool, I adjust my brush size, I zoom in. Okay, adjust the brush size, and then I paint at the edges like this. Okay, so it will make the edges blurry a bit. Okay, I just simply paint at the border. Okay, let's say only for the hair here. Something like this. Right? You need to remove alternate. So you're supposed to remove, right? That part, right? So alternate. Yeah. You zoom in and then adjust the brush size and then you paint. Okay, if let's say, for example, you already use your refine edge brush tool, right? And then after that, when you use back your roto brush tool, maybe it will not work properly. Okay, you are right, actually, it will not work properly. But if it happens, right, what you do, you go back to refine edge brush tool, you hold alternate key, you paint back to remove. Okay, so I remove back the refine edge brush tool for only for this area, you see? Can you see the edges become harder again? Okay, now I can use back my roto brush tool, adjust back here. You understand?
So refine is actually to make it
blurry, the edges. Usually hair, fur, feather, you do that. Or like animals, right? When you cut, you must use the refine edge brush tool. And small. only one frame. What do we press to play frame by frame? Okay, page up and page down. Okay, after you done the first frame, you press page down one time, it will go to the next frame. Okay, so let's say I press page down now. Once you press page down, it will process first. Okay, it will process and then it will detect back all the edges. And what you need to do is after you press page down, check whether all the edges are correct or not, whether the selection still follows or not. If it is not, for example, when I zoom in at the spec here, let me see. Okay, so here it becomes thinner a bit. Okay, so I can go back to my photo brush tool, reduce the brush size. Okay, and then I try to paint back over here. Okay, something like this. Okay, so you see when you paint, here gone, right? So again, you need to adjust that, hold alternate, and then I try to paint here again. Okay, if it is a very small area, then you can ignore lah. Okay, take a look here first. Okay, so I'm going to press page down now. Okay, this is my third frame. I feel like, still okay. All the edges are still okay. Spec also not so bad. Okay, of course, there are small error here, but it's okay. That's in it. Okay, so previously, when I press page up, it's like this. When I press page down, like this. You see? Got difference, right? But it's a very small thing. So I just ignore. Okay, and then I zoom out back. And then I go to next frame. It will process, wait for it to go to next frame. Then you look at all the edges, it is still fine. This video, the camera is not moving fast and the person also not moving so fast. So it is okay. If let's say the object is moving fast, right, you'll get a very, the selection will be totally different. So you need to paint again every frame if it is a fast movement. So I go to the next frame again. And this video, right, still consider a bit blurry, I can see when I zoom in. So not sharp enough. If let's say you got a video with high contrast with the background and then very nice video, very high resolution, right? You can go to 10 frame at a time. Okay, you press shift and page down, but here you don't press lah. Okay, so here you just go to next frame, next frame, next frame until it become 5 seconds. Can you do that? Tekan page down and then check. Okay ke tak selection dia? Page down and then check. Okay ke tak? Page down, check. Page down, check. Page up, page down ada tak? Tak ada. Kalau tak ada, tekan ni. Next frame. Dia ada, I think. Ada. Next should. What do you press for page down? Don't have. I think command and down. Try command and down. Down and okay. Left, right. Yeah. Command and left, right arrow key. When you press page down, right? At what frame are you now? Tengok frame dia. Masa dia. 13. Okay, still tak ada berubah banyak kan? What do? You press shift and page down. Dia akan gerak 10 frame at a time. When you skip 10 frame, it will take longer to process lah, of course. Okay, I press shift and page down, still okay, not bad. You see the glass already gone. The part that's supposed to be transparent. Yeah, then it appears again. It's okay, I just ignore first for now. Shift and page down.
Tapi kalau kita press shift and page down memang dia clarify yang keluar hijau bawah tu dia.
Yes. Dia 10 frame lah. Dia instead of one frame, dia 10 frame. Shift page down. Okay, at the end of 5 seconds, right? If you press shift page down, if it is become more than, for example, here I haven't finished yet. When I press shift page down, it become more than 5 seconds. So you need to go back, shift page up, and then go page down, frame by frame, towards the ending only. Okay, until it completes 5 seconds. Okay, ada yang dah siap? Then you press the freeze button. If you completed 5 seconds, click the freeze button. Wow. You straight away move it to here, right? Right? Yeah, you can't do that. You can't be moving your time. You should use page down or shift page down.
Oh, ada.
See, you are doing over here right now. Okay, and then suddenly you jump to this time. So it will process from here to here. Can you see that? How many frames? Yeah, 10.
I just tried it.
Yep. So if you didn't refine your age, maybe it will be faster. The time is there. What?
Tak sebab tadi bukan, tadi ada satu hilang.
Oh.
Buat balik so jadi.
Okay. Remember that do not move your time when you're doing rotoscope. You need to look at here, the progress, the green color bar, right? So it should be slowly progressing. Because why? Let's say, for example, you jump to here, right? When there is an error here, you have to do back from the beginning. So that's why progressively, as I mentioned just now, make sure you are at the time 0. So from time 0, bit by bit, we progress. If there is an in between here, I go 10 frame, 10 frame, 10 frame, right? In between got error, I just keep back 10 frame only. And then I repair back. Then I move forward. If you come to here, it will take time to process one thing. And then if there is an error, you have to redo back here. Then again, everything. After 5 seconds done, you click the freeze button. Oh, oh yeah. Kita abaikan. So once you lakukan the process, take a look at the abaikan. So by that dia cantik lah kan? Okay, by that dia cantik. So sebab we will put a text animation saja dia dekat belakang. So tak perlu detail.
Just like in the story, right? Then ended up with big become great. That's the reason. Yeah, mine also not very tough. So I start again and I try to do again also it's happen like this.
Okay, I might just proceed first.
Proceed.
Yep.
Yeah, just not get great, right? Then after that, it become great again, then get great. See, it's happen again.
Just proceed. Yeah, yours is processing. Tapi habis yang ini, then baru tu. Kenapa you tak play video kan sesuai di center?
See what salah.
Lima second nanti you stop. Oh, so you letak masa dekat 5 second. I nampak masa dekat. So okay. So bagi habis, and then you freeze. Freeze dia tak nampak, so you kena besarkan screen.
Oh, okay. Processes
Definitely. If there is anything, the red color goes inside the face or whatever, then you have to paint again. Then you go to next. Yes, that is correct. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's say you ada shoot video, event, interview ke, any video lah, you shoot video, and then you want to cut, maybe there's a lot of shots, means first shot you take from this person's view, and then you stop the recording, and then this person talk, you start to record. So you need to cut and join all the videos. So you use Premiere Pro to do that. Yep. But you can't do that you can do it in After Effects, but the tools are not suitable for video editing. Premiere Pro is much better. Okay, and then you want to edit the color, you want to put some basic tags, can in Premiere Pro. Okay, and let's say you are doing advertisement. Let's say you're doing some text going behind, and then there is another shot, different things going on, right? You combine all that in Premiere Pro, easier instead of After Effects. That's why if you look at here, right, if you go to File menu, there is a Adobe Dynamic link. Okay, new Premiere Pro sequence, import Premiere Pro sequence. In Premiere Pro, you go to File, Adobe Dynamic link, you will see new After Effects composition, import After Effects composition. So after you edit in Premiere Pro, you bring it over here. Yep. You go to place, and then edit original. If you don't freeze, right? Okay, let's say if you don't freeze, what happened when you go back to your composition later here? Every time when you play whatever, it will calculate again like what we did just now. Here it's running, right? It will calculate again and again. Okay, so to lock whatever selection you already done, we freeze it. If you want to repair back, you want to edit back, you need to unfreeze and then you need to pick. Once the freeze, you can actually close your layer. You can go back to your composition. Dekat atas kan ada dua panel kan, kiri kanan. Yang sebelah kanan tu tutup. Yep. And then in your timeline, kita ada yang kita dah potong, betul? You duplicate that layer, the video layer. Video yang bawah, delete the effects from your effect control panel. Dekat kanan ada satu layer kan, video kan, and then you duplicate, jadi dua kan. Video yang bawah, select yang bawah, pergi dekat effect control panel, click the name of the effect. Go to brush and refine edge. Tekan dan delete. Yang bawah saja. So in between that two layer, you can put anything. Boleh letak text ke? Tak, tengah lah. So this text here, okay, you can animate lah. Dari kosong sampai satu, dia masuk dari luar, masuk dalam. Ataupun digerak tu. So dia tak nampak all the small details. Or you can animate some objects appearing from the behind the person. You scale the text, put here, and then scale it bigger, and then put up here. So dia nampak macam keluar dari belakang. Even logos. Okay, put a logo there at the back, in between the two layers, and animate. You know, sometimes in movies, right? Okay, there'll be a movie going on, a clip, a movie, a video. Okay, and then suddenly they will freeze, and then they will, you know, change the background color, make it darker, something like that. Have you seen that? That one, it could be image also actually. You take that frame and then go to Photoshop, you cut, change, whatever, you can do that also. Right? Okay, so in our case, if let's say if you want to change the background, let's say for example, I selected the whole person here, and then if I want to change the background, so I can off this, and then I can put another background. Okay, in this case, since we cut only up to here, so maybe I can actually make this person bigger or whatever. And then I bring the person down. Okay, or maybe I can put something else over here to cover this bottom part, and then I can put another video at the back. Let's say this is the one. Drop, right click, transform, fit to. Okay, so we have this. And since I want to cover the bottom, so I can just simply draw a rectangle shape maybe. Put a color. Example. Okay. Freeze already? Okay, correct. Okay, after freeze already, you close the layer. You see here, we have layer and composition panel, right? Two panel, right? Okay, the layer panel, you close it. Then you get back your composition. So in your composition panel, okay, so in your composition panel, you have one layer, right? Take a look here, like this, right? So select your layer, you press Ctrl D to duplicate. The bottom layer, remove the effect from effect control panel. Click the name of the effect, go to brush, refine edge, delete. So we have two layers, one with the masking and another one is the full video. You understand?
Tadi kita
Habis, please you close the layer panel. The one you duplicate. No. Take a look here one more time. Okay, originally you got this right. Okay, dah tutup layer panel. Kan ada dua panel kan, left right kan. Okay, so yang ini composition panel, yang ini layer panel. Nampak? Tutup layer. Tinggal composition saja macam ni kan. Betul tak? Okay, you go to 5 second, press N. Go to 5 second, press N. Right, press N. Lepas tu right click pada work area, trim. Trim comb to work area. Ada tak? Go to 5 second, tekan N. Kemudian right click pada work area. Trim comb to work area. Okay, dah? Okay, alright. Kemudian, okay, so kita ada one layer kan? Select the layer, you press Ctrl D to duplicate. Ctrl D ya, donkey ya. Ada dua layer. Okay, so sekarang kita nak animate text so that it looks like behind this person. So the bottom layer, we remove the effect. To remove effect, two ways. One is you can turn off the effects or select the roto brush name and delete also can. Faham? Okay, katakan saya delete. So we have two layers at the same position, but yang this part yang kita dah potong tu still there. You understand? So now go to your type tool, click anywhere, and then you type your text. Adjust your font size, font type, put the text layer in between the two layers. Text layer, put in between the two layers. Faham? In between the two layers.
Oh ya ya.
Dapat? Yeah. Okay, so now what we do, let's say I put the text over here, right? Okay, so I want to animate the text so that it flies from, outside of the string. So go to your P for position of the text at 1 second or maybe 1.5, 112, 1.5 second. Click the stopwatch for position. At time 0, I just move the text so that it moves out of the frame here. Something like this. Okay, so when I play back, I get this. Got it? 1.5 second, click the stopwatch for position of the text. And then first frame, just move it out. And don't forget to edit the graph. Dapat? And I put an adjustment layer with a force motion blur. And also the force adjustment layer, I put it above the text, not above all layer, because it's very slow. Dekat effects and preset, search for force, F-O-R-C, force. Any question on the roto brush tool? Anyone? Any question? Do you actually deal with any, recorded videos?
But usually just a size for Instagram.
What product do you deal with?
Also it's food punya accessories macam casing, power bank. Yes, the company that I work is the distributor for that. So they jual produk cakap casing yang pun.
So you ada buat product turntable?
Macam mana? Sorry.
The product tu akan spin. You shoot video. Ada. So if you have something like that, right, what you can do, you can rotoscope that product, and then background you letak color-color lain, buat some animation, right? Okay, but when you shoot video, you shoot with a high contrast. So bila ada high contrast, since you are shooting the video, might as well you put a green screen at the back. Okay, easier. Okay, any other question? Anyone? Rotoscope. No question. Okay, no question. Okay, all right, take a look here. Okay, this is one of the application. You rotoscope and then you duplicate the layer. The bottom one, Or even before you rotoscope, right, you duplicate first. Then the top one, you do the rotoscope. In between, you put any other element, like this curve or maybe logo, for example. If I go to Google, let's say I go to logo PNG. Macam mana nak kita nak edit balik? Nak edit balik. Okay, so you double click that layer, the top video layer, right? You double click. When you double click, it will open up back your layer. And then to edit, okay, you need to unfreeze first. Okay, so just the layer, let me see. If I control, okay, still have. Okay, so I want to go to Roto Brush tool. Okay, double click the layer and then you get back this. You need to click unfreeze and then you need to go to, wherever you want to edit lah. Then you boleh paint balik. For example, I didn't select the laptop, let's say lah. Okay, and then what I do, I go back to my first frame here. Okay, and then I take this, unfreeze first, and then I go back to this red color, let's say. And then I go to brush tool here, adjust the brush size, and then I paint the laptop. Contoh lah, contoh. Roto brush cannot be added until still processing. Okay, let's say something like this. Okay, so here also remove. Okay, I start back from the first frame here, you see. And then I go to edit first lah. Make sure everything is fine. Okay, and then adjust your brush size and everything. Then same like previous, you go to brush shift and page down or page down first. You press page down, you check whether it follows or not. Page down, okay, it follows. Page down, it follows. Then only you press shift page down. You understand? Faham tak? Okay, if let's say you straight away, you paint, and then you press shift page down, you don't know how it's going to get the result. So that's why few frames you press page down, frame by frame. Make sure there is not much changes happening on the selection. Then only you press shift and page down. Shift page down means 10 frames at a time. Okay. How to get the? Unfreeze first. This button. Double click the video again. Try from your timeline. Double click already. No unfreeze.
No.
Okay. Select your roto brush and effect here. Do you see unfreeze? Still no. Okay, go to your roto brush tool. Yeah. Double click your layer again, the top layer. The top layer in your timeline. Top video. Right. Now maybe because of the tool. Sometimes you need to select the tool, then you double click, then you get the unfreeze. Okay. Okay, so then after that you freeze, then you can close your layer, then you get something like this, let's say. Then the bottom layer, you need to remove the effect lah. After you duplicate, remove. So now, since I already cut, right, so I can actually put something else over here in between. Okay, and then right click, transform, fit to comp. Example. Okay, clear?
Sorry, one more question. Okay, why do we need to freeze again?
Why do we need to freeze? Okay, if let's say I don't freeze, for example, here.
Because now I see if let's say we freeze already, we have to unfreeze, then we have to process again, right? So is it a must to freeze?
Yes, it is a must to freeze.
Okay, what's the reason?
Okay, if I, let's say for example, here I didn't freeze. I didn't freeze. Okay, so I close this panel and then I go back here and then I want to play. You see?
Oh,
it loads again. Okay, so every time you open file, you close file, okay, it will be loading again and again and again. Okay.
So after I unfreeze already, so let's say I use a rotor brush, then it will start to refine the water.
Again, after you unfreeze.
Let's say just now I press unfreeze already, I use the rotor brush to
paint the entire body.
Let's say that just another hand. So then after that, you have to wait for it to refine the edge again, is it? Or you will auto detect it?
Yeah, you need to go frame by frame again.
Because when I press reading, right, like this, is it meaning that it's actually going?
Oh, no, you need to always start from the first frame. Okay, when you're painting the roto brush, you need to always start from the first frame, time 0. After you paint at time 0, then only you go to next frame. Okay, dapat semua? Okay, any other question? Anyone? No. Okay, save your file and close your project. Okay, always remember, roto brush tool, you need to double click your layer. You get your layer panel here. Then only you start to use your roto brush. Always start from first frame, time 0. And you start to paint and then you go to next. Got it? All right. And then after done painting, then you freeze. After freeze, you go back to your composition. Close the layer. Faham kan? Okay, so close project first. You import. Let me see, hang on. Okay, let's say this video, the camera doesn't move actually. The camera doesn't move and then there is no people, it's just a building there, right? Okay, what we want to do is we want to change the sky, let's say. Okay, so what we can do is we draw a mask. Okay, and then we replace the background. All right. Okay, so this one is very straightforward lah, but just I don't know how you're going to use it. All right. So you import this video and then create a new composition, drag and drop. What is your composition duration? 13 plus. Okay, all right. Now take a look here. Dah ke? Dah import? Ikut video lah. Dia akan ikut video kan? Tarik video, letak dekat ni, new icon ni. New composition icon. It will create a composition based on the video setting. Okay, and then you go to Google, go to pexels.com, pexels.com, and then go to video, search for sky. Sky ke, cloud ke. Find something which is suitable that you can replace over there. Video. Contohnya, take a look here. This one, right? Okay, I search for cloud. Okay, I dapat ni. So even though there is a mountain and everything, I can take this part only and use it also can. Okay, something like this or is it? Saya cannot. Cari yang sesuai. Nah, macam ni ke? Contoh, let's try and see. Just download one or two video and then try to import that. So yeah, that okay, take a look here. Okay, to create a mask, how do we create mask? Do you still remember? Roto brush tool. Sebab this is camera doesn't move, right? Bila camera doesn't move, kita tak guna rotoscope, tapi kita guna masking. Macam mana nak create masking? My question is how to create mask. Okay, very good. You still remember? Still remember? Okay, alright. Okay, so one is kita right click and then mask new mask. That one we use it when we want the mask around the object like a text. Okay, but in this case, right, we need to draw the mask. Ikut shape here. Okay, so to draw the mask, you need to select the layer first. Select the layer first. Then you go to your shape tool pun boleh ataupun pen tool. Since we want to draw, we use pen tool dekat atas. Pastikan select layer. If you don't select layer, what happen? Tak jadi. Dia jadi apa? If I don't select a layer, I go to a rectangle tool, I draw, it becomes shape layer. Nampak? Okay, I delete. If I don't select a layer, I go to my pen tool, I start to draw. Dia jadi apa? Shape layer. Faham tak? Okay, so we don't want shape layer, we want mask, right? So select the layer, go to pen tool, and then start to draw. Dia akan jadi sebagai mask. Example lah, just cincang je. And then I close it back. Nampak tak? Dekat sini dia jadi mask. Faham? Huh? Tak. Take a look. Tak ada. Tengok. Okay. Right click, mask, new mask ni untuk kita buat mask around a small object macam text ataupun logo ke contoh yang kecil. Okay, tapi in our case ni kita nak tukar sky, so kita kena lukis lah shape ni kan. So kita guna pen tool. Lukis, select layer, pastikan select layer, and then pergi dekat pen tool, zoom dekat, and then lukis je. Lukis. Are you familiar with the pen tool? Dia sama, the way you use the pen tool, Photoshop, Illustrator, sama dengan After Effects, Premiere Pro. Or CorelDRAW. Anybody use CorelDRAW before? Zaman kuno dulu Inter kat mana? What company is that? Publishing, yes. Okay, I pun start dekat publishing company But there I don't use CorelDRAW. I use CorelDRAW in 1996. So for panning, you middle mouse button, click and drag. Laju. Make sure you close back the mask. Click back where you started. Okay, after you reach to the end here, then after that you can just draw outside, and then close back. Something like this. Darker. And you import your sky video, put it at the bottom. And since the video become darker, right? So your sky doesn't become darker, right? Okay, so you can animate the in Photoshop. How do you adjust the color here? Brightness. Guna apa? Lagi, lain. Nak gelapkan sky ni in Photoshop. What tool do you use? Pakai apa? Adjustment. Adjustment pakai apa? Curve. Okay, all right. Okay, so you can use curve in Photoshop, you can use level, you can use brightness contrast, you can use color balance, right? Okay, semua tu ada dalam After Effects. Okay, so let's say I want to animate this sky from here to here to become orangey a bit, let's say. Okay, from here to here, right? Okay, so let's say I start from 2 seconds. I go to 2 second duration, and then I go to effects and preset. I search for curve. Effects and preset, search for curve. Color correction curve, apply that to the sky video. Okay. And then if I look at here, there is a stopwatch here, curve. Okay, click at the stopwatch at 2 seconds. And then I move my time to about, let's say 5 seconds. Okay, at 5 seconds, what I do at the curve here, we have RGB color, and then I change to red color. I increase the red color a bit. Can see now? Okay, increase the red color a bit, and then I go to green color. I try to adjust, reduce, increase, reduce, increase. Which one? Reduce a bit, become magenta a bit. And then I go to blue color. I'm going to reduce the blue color. Okay, let's say something like this. And overall, I want to make it darker a bit. So you change back to RGB and then drag this white color. Okay, make it slightly darker. Faham tak? Okay, so if I play back, so from blue color, okay, become darker a bit. Got it? Maybe. Yeah. 2 second kita tak buat apa-apa, kita tambah keyframe sahaja. Add keyframe. Maksudnya klik pada stopwatch. Click at the stopwatch. And then at 5 seconds, I adjusted like this. RGB means you are adjusting the overall brightness and contrast. So I make it darker by pulling the curve down a bit, so it becomes darker. Okay, and then change the RGB to red color and then increase the rate. Yes. Go to effects and preset, search for curve. Okay, that's more. Any question? Soalan? Ada. Okay, so over here, since the camera doesn't move, right? So we don't have to do anything with the mask. If the camera is moving, so the position of the building also will be changed, right? So you need to animate the mask. Okay, for example, I select this video. I have a mask 1, I have a mask path. Okay, so let's say at the beginning, you click the stopwatch for mask path, move your time to the end, and then you move all your mask here. If the camera moves. Okay? Adjust satu balik. Alright. Okay, so if there is a need for you to animate, right, try to minimize the number of points. Okay, itu kalau kamera bergerak lah. Okay, actually easier compared to roto brush. Sebab dia semua garis lurus. Okay, save your file, we'll take a break and then we'll sambung balik. Okay, done installing the plugin. Search for Sabre plugin, new plugin, Sabre now 100% free, click that. And then scroll down to download, Windows or Apple, and then install next. Dah ke? Okay, and then you just agree, and then install, and then finish. Okay, after done, you close After Effects, and then you open back. Okay, dah? Dah. All right, so if you go to your effects and preset, search for Sabre. Can you see video Copilot Sabre? All right, cool. Okay, now what we do, okay, in this video, right, okay, when we play back, right, the thing become darker, right? Okay, so when it become darker, I want some line, the glowing line, to appear around this building. Okay, and it is animated. All right, so for that, first thing, what we do, we create a new solid. Layer new solid, and then make comp size. Make comp size at the new solid, and then click OK. Any color doesn't matter. And then make sure the solid is at the top. And then you apply the Sabre plugin. Dapat? Sama tak? Good. Okay, all right. So here, this is the default thing. So here, after you apply, you can see there is a small circle at the top of this line, which you can move around. Okay, this one also. So initially, they created this for Sabre effect, the lightsaber, you know, in Star Wars. Okay, for that. Okay, but what you also can do is you can change the preset. Number 1. Okay, so the preset, there's a lot of preset here. Let's say I choose fire, for example, and then I try to play back. It will be animated. Okay, you can choose like anything, fractal, fuel, whatever. Preset, effect control panel. Dapat? Preset. Okay. And then instead of straight line, let's say I want to apply this glow effect here on a custom shape. Okay, I go back to default here. Okay, take a look here. Okay, if you want to apply this glow to a custom shape, you need to draw the shape using a mask. So select the solid, go to your pen tool, and then you start to draw any shape that you want. Okay, let's say something like this. I just simply draw. And then over here, there is customize core. I expand the customize core. Core type, saber, change to layer mask. So it will follow the shape. Right? Use your pen tool to draw a mask. And then customize core. Core type, change to layer mask. Okay, dapat? And then this black color background, right? We don't want the black color background. We want it to blend with our video. So we change the blending mode of the layer to screen. Okay, to change the blending mode, two ways. One is you can right click on the layer, blending mode, you can change to screen, or you can click the toggle switch mode. Click the toggle switch mode, there is a mode over there. Normal, change to screen. Okay. If you want to make any glow effect, okay, always remember the blending mode must be screen. And if you want to do a shadow effect, blending mode must be multiply. All right. Okay, so in this case, I don't want this mask here. We want to follow the shape of the building, right? Okay, so I expand the mask, select the mask and delete first. And then you go to the building here. Since we already changed the blending mode, I can see the building, right? Okay, I draw the mask around the building. Select your solid, go to your pen tool. Let's say, for example, I want to draw this door here. Okay, I click at the bottom, click, and then I click and drag to make it curvy line. Okay, and then I click, and then I click. Something like this. Click, hold, and drag the pen tool. Klik, klik, klik saja dapat garis lurus. You click, hold, and drag, you get curvy line. So yang ni kena practice banyak dekat Illustrator pen tool. From the beginning. Okay, right. So I delete my solid first. Okay. So first thing you need to have a solid layer, new solid. Okay. And then make comp size to make it same size with our composition. Click OK. After create solid, you apply the saber effect. Okay, you get this. And then change the blending mode of the layer to screen so that we can see the video. Got it? Okay, now I don't want this default straight line. Okay, I want it to be following my mask. Okay, so what you do, maybe you can move it away a bit for a while. And then you draw the mask Okay, this mask no need to be closed. Okay, so select your solid layer, go to your pen tool, and then you draw first the shape where you want the line to be animated. Okay, later we will draw more lah. So for now, I just draw this door shape here, just like a U shape. That's all. Draw already. Draw. Okay, and then you go to your effect control panel. You have customize core, change to layer mask, the core type. Customize core type from saber, change to layer mask. Got it? Okay, so now this thing is not animated, correct? Okay, so we want the line to be moving from one point to another point. All right, so to move that, right? Okay, so we go to, okay, under the customize core, there is a start offset and end offset. Okay, when I adjust the start offset, you see here, this is similar to trim path. Start is 0 by default, end is 100. Okay, start offset, end offset. If I increase the start offset, can you see this line becoming shorter from one direction? But I don't want to animate from this direction. I want to animate from the other direction. So I can animate the end offset. Got it? Okay, so initially, maybe this is 0. And then after some time, it become longer. And then this whole thing, I want it to move here. Okay, so to move it, we use the mask evolution. Okay, we can animate this. You understand? Okay, so let's say I go back. Okay, so first thing, let's say at time when it gets darker a bit, let's say about 4 seconds. Okay, I go to 4-second duration. Okay, I don't want the line to be visible. Okay, so the end offset, I change to 0. I click the stopwatch. At 4 seconds, end offset 0, click the stopwatch. Or click the stopwatch, change the value to 0. Also can. Paham? Paham? Okay, and then you can select your layer. You can press U in your keyboard. You can see the keyframe. Okay, and then you add another 6 frame, 406. You increase the value of the end offset so that you see a bit of the line. Something like this. Dapat? 4 seconds, end offset 0. Click the stopwatch. 406. Change the value to 15. Got it? Yeah. Okay, and then I want this length of this line, right, to remain for some time. Let's say 1 second lah for now. If it is too slow, too fast, we can adjust later. All right. So go to 5 seconds. Add keyframe. For end offset. Got it? Okay. And then at this time, right, we want the line to be over here. All right. So let's say I go back to first keyframe, click the stopwatch for mass evolution, and then go to the last keyframe. We increase the mass evolution so that it will move to the other side. Okay, something like this. And if you notice here is 306. Roughly lah, so you adjust the value accordingly. If you put more than that, it will appear back to the other side. Okay. 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 So okay, I delete the mass evolution. Delete the mass evolution. Okay. So until here got 3 keyframes done? No. Okay, only the first keyframe, no line, which is 4 seconds. 406, a short line appear. Correct? Then go to 5 seconds. Add keyframe. This button. Because we want the same length. All right. Now go back to your first keyframe. Click the stopwatch for mass evolution. Click the stopwatch. First keyframe is 4 seconds. Okay, click the stopwatch for mass evolution. Go to your 5 seconds. And then increase the value. Okay, let's say I put 1x here. Take a look here. The mass evolution at 5 seconds, I put 1. Okay, 1 means it will spin 1 cycle. Okay, if I try to play back this, I get this. You understand? Try first. Put 1. 1x, 1x, 360 degree. 4 second, yang mana 0? End offset. Yep, 4 second. No. 4 second, end offset 0. 406, end offset 15. 5 second, end offset 15. And then 4 second, mass evolution 0. 5 second, mass evolution 1x. Hmm? 4,406,5 masa dia. Berapa? Okay. So 4 second, end offset 0. 4 second. Kemudian 406 masa. End offset 15. 5 second pun 15. So you add keyframe. Kena add keyframe. Pada masa 5 second, tekan add or remove keyframe button. And then try to preview. Jadi tak? Sama tak macam saya? Is it same or not? Huh? You letak 2x ke? Mass evolution?
Oh, tak. Oh, okay.
So actually, bila dia pusing tu, we don't want it to come back here, right? Okay, the end offset we put 15 for that length, correct? Okay, so to make it disappear when it reaches to the end, we need to animate the start offset. Okay, so take a look here. I go to previous frame. Okay, somewhere around here. Okay, before it reaches to the other side. Okay, nampak? Okay, so what I do here, I add a keyframe for start offset. Okay, and then I go to 5 seconds. I adjust the start offset value until dia tak ada. So this is 15. Okay, so take a look first. Okay, dia hilang, tapi dia hilang over here. It's supposed to hilang kat sini. Faham tak? Okay, so I select my layer, I press U in my keyboard so that I can see the keyframe. Okay, so I zoom in. Okay, so before it reaches here, okay, it should disappear. Okay, so what I do, I select this keyframe here, I move it a bit. Nampak? Okay, so maybe further a bit. Okay, maybe one more frame. Something like this. Okay, dia muncul sikit lagi. Okay, one frame. Sekejap. Okay, so when I play back, I get this. Okay. Kejap. Let me try yang ini. Go back here, change that this to 0. This one looks better, right? Nampak tak? Okay, so ignore the start offset. Okay, so saya balik. Okay, take a look here. Okay, when I try to move my time slowly, okay, line besar, okay, and then dia turun sampai hujung. Okay, when I go to next frame, dia dah muncul sebelah kiri. Just before dia muncul sebelah kiri. Okay, move your time just before dia muncul sebelah kiri. You add keyframe for end offset. Ada? Dapat semua? Okay, and then go to 5 seconds, change the end offset to 0. And then try to preview. Nampak? Faham tak? Okay, take a look here. Dapat tak semua? Semua dapat? Okay, alright. Okay, now what we do, okay, since we already have this animation here, okay, leave it. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new solid. Okay, layer, new solid. Okay, click OK. Change the blending mode to screen, or even actually I can duplicate also lah. So I think better if duplicate. Okay, select the solid. I duplicate. Control D to duplicate. And then I move my time before the line appear so that I don't want to see the colors. Okay, and then I select the layer. I go to my pen tool. I draw a new mask. Okay, something like this. Tengok sekejap, tengok sekejap. Okay, so the one I duplicate, right? I don't want this anymore. I only want this. All right, so I select the layer. I press M for mask. I have 2 masks now. Select the first one, delete. Okay, so now when I play back, so we get this. Nampak? Okay, I don't want this thing to appear at the same time. Okay, hang on. Sorry, my mistake. Okay, can you see the shape doesn't look so nice? Okay, because when it's moving, right? This the head, this is the tail, right? Okay, this one should be smaller, correct or not? Okay, by right. Okay, so what I do, okay, this one I delete back, delete back. Go back to the original one. Okay, here there is a start size and also there is an end size. Nampak? Okay, so the start size. Okay, I go to adjust the start size. Try to reduce the start size. Nampak tak? Dia jadi kecil. Okay. Okay, something like this. And also, dia punya hujung dia ni, okay, there is a roundness. Start roundness dengan end roundness. So this one, this is end. Okay, kat sini, end roundness. Okay, I make it slightly rounded a bit. And start size, let's say 0. Okay, something like this. Try to play back. Nampak tak? Beza dia. So I change the start roundness, start size to 0, and then end roundness I increase to, let's say, 1. This one no need to keyframe, just change the value only. Dapat? If you want it to spin twice, right, 2 times at the same place, okay, the mass evolution you can put 2x. At 5 seconds. And if you want to change the direction, right, okay, you put a negative value for the mass evolution. Fine, see, if I put negative, I think cannot. The round shape, you see, terbalik. Tak cantik, negatif tak ya. Okay, dapat tak yang ni? The shape dia? Dapat dah? Okay, take a look here. Now we're going to duplicate. Okay, I duplicate sebelum nampak dia punya line dia. Control D to duplicate. I go to pen tool, make sure select the solid, and then click at where you want to start to draw. Okay, something like this. Okay, tengok sekejap, tengok sekejap. Okay, so here the line appear from left to right, correct? Correct. Okay, let's say I want here it starts from right to left, let's say. You need to draw in that direction. Click, click, click and drag, click and click. Okay, and then the original mask one, press M for mask, you will see the mask. The original one I delete. So now when I play back, nampak? It will follow the direction of the path as start or end. Faham tak? Okay, and then give an offset. Offset means you move your layer. For example, when I press U, I can see the keyframe. Press U, I can see the keyframe. I can move this keyframe so that this one will appear later. Something like this. Faham? Cuba. Okay. Okay, tengok sekejap. I move back my time. Line tak nampak. Select the layer again. I press Ctrl D to duplicate. Go to the pen tool. And now I'm going to draw the frame, let's say. So I click, click, and click. Okay. And then select the layer. Press M for mask. The original one delete. Okay. So now when I play back, I get this. Faham? Okay, and then you can offset the keyframes. Press U in your keyboard, select the keyframe, move a bit. Okay, and then duplicate again, draw in a different direction. Okay, so I select the layer, Go to pen tool. I draw another line. Click, click, click. Let's say. Okay. Click and drag. Click and drag. Click and click. Example. This one I draw from left to right. This one right to left. Select the layer. Press M. Delete the original mask. And then you try to preview. Laju dia. Okay, you select your layer, take a look here. Okay, yang last kali ni saya buat sekeliling bangunan. Okay, yang sekeliling bangunan ni I nak dia slow. Let's say lah. Okay, select the layer, you press U in your keyboard. Select all the keyframe yang kat sini. Hold alternate key or option key, click and drag. Nampak? Okay, so I nak slowkan dia. Let's say lah. Alternate, click and drag. The last keyframe. So drag the last keyframe. Boleh edit, boleh edit. Okay, you press M for mask. For example, I select this layer. Okay, contoh yang ni saya select dia punya layer dia. Okay, and then you press M for mask. Select pada mask part. Then pergi dekat selection tool. Okay, you can click and drag to select, and then you can adjust the point and also the handle. Click and drag the points first. Untuk select. Then move it. Dapat? And make sure when after you've done everything right, when I press Control A and then I press U in my keyboard, I can see all the keyframes. Okay, all the keyframes, try to not to make it, same position like this. So you try to offset a bit, something like this, so that it appears one after another. Okay, and then some of it maybe you can make it, faster ke. Okay, some lagi slow ke. Okay, hold alternate, click and drag. Hold alternate, click and drag. Okay. Since you have many layers here, okay, what you can also do, you can adjust the speed, all of the speed together. Okay, I select all the keyframes. Okay, select all the keyframes. Hold your alternate key, click and drag together. So you can adjust the speed at the same time, all of it. How many solid layers you have? 6. Okay, 6. Okay, take a look here. You can select all your 6 layers. Control D to duplicate. Take a look here. I select all my solid layer here. Okay, Control D to duplicate. And then you just offset all together like this. And then you put it together like this. Move it up. Okay, so when you do that, you'll get a double lines. After this whole thing finished, then it will run one more time. Pump up. So it will look like a lot of lines. Okay, can you try? Just duplicate and then move the time, offset it.
It's the same, just that
The evolution.
this one you duplicate it, it makes it rotate another time.
Yep.
So basically, if I don't want to duplicate it, I can just go to the timestamp.
Mass evolution. Okay, mass evolution, it will just spin. One spin, two spin continuously. But here you can put a pause. You understand? Okay, example, I make this bigger. Okay, I select all my layer, I press U in my keyboard. Can you see the keyframes? This keyframe and this one. It is not continuous, you see, it's overlapping. So when you do that, okay, whenever you do any effects, right, maybe you create some stars, maybe some glow effect, okay, it should be random. You cannot be uniform. If uniform doesn't look nice, okay? So to make it random, you need to do something like this. Manually, you move it. Okay, if you put mass evolution 4 times, let's say, now I already put 2. If I put 4, so you just repeat 4 times, that's it. But in this method, right, it will rotate 2 times. After some time, then only again 2 times. Okay. And type some text over here. And this saber effect you can apply to layer mask and also to a text layer. Okay, for example, I have a text here, right? Okay, so what I do, turn off the visibility of the text layer. Okay, let's say I take one of the solid here, I duplicate. Okay, and then after duplicate, go to effect control, customize score, layer mask, you change to text layer. And text layer, you need to choose your layer like this. Okay, so now when I play back, of course, now the effect that we did is the line disappear. But for the text, maybe you want to maintain the line. Select semua layer solid. Contoh ni kan, saya select, saya delete dulu. Select semua solid layer, Control D to duplicate. Kemudian tarik dia letak dekat atas sekali, supaya dia group sekali lah. Kemudian bawa cursor dekat sini, tengah-tengah sini, tarik je ke kanan sedikit. About half second ke. Half second ke 1 second based on your speed of the line. One of the solid, yes.
Yeah, I changed it to the text layer.
Correct.
That's all.
That's all. And your text visibility off. Try to play because it's appear and disappear. Try to play, preview. Or you select your solid layer, the new solid layer, press U. You will know where is the animation.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, take a look here one more time. Okay, so I have a text here. This is my text. I select my solid layer. I press Control D to duplicate. It's the new one. I change the color, green. Okay, so this one, go to customize score, change to, oops, oh, I already have a layer type. Okay, this one, change to text layer. And text layer, you need to choose your text layer here. So you change the text layer. All right. And turn off the text layer visibility. And then the solid, you press U, you can see the keyframe. Then try to move your time so you can see the text. And for the text, maybe you don't want it to disappear. You want it to be fully appear. Okay, so what you do, you select your solid layer, press U, and then you go to your last keyframe, and then you change the end offset to 100. Ya, type text dulu. Dah type ke? Dah. Okay, select one of the solid yang kita buat tadi tu. Salah satu, duplicate. Satu saja. Duplicate and then tukar warna dia supaya we can identify easily. Dah duplicate solid. Select the solid layer. Go to your effect control panel. Customize core. Core type change to text layer. Kemudian bawah dia ada text layer. Choose your text layer. And then turn off the visibility of your text layer. Tutup mata text layer. And then cuba preview. Dia muncul dan hilang kan? Betul tak? Okay, so kita tak nak dia hilang. Kan? Okay, so what you do, you stop the playback. Select your solid, tekan U dekat keyboard. You can see the keyframe. Go to next keyframe. Dekat hujung sekali. Dekat hujung sekali, dia punya end offset change to 100. Okay, text jadi sangat terang kan? Okay, so we don't want this so bright, right? Okay, so what we do, we animate this brightness here. Okay, so let's say I go to previous keyframe. Previous keyframe glow dia cantik, okay, fine. But at the end it's too bright. Okay, so we go to previous keyframe, this keyframe. Okay, and then you go to core size. Click the stopwatch for core size. Okay. Select layer, tekan U. Kemudian last keyframe, increase the end offset. And then click the go to previous keyframe. Tekan. So your time will be here. Okay. And here, you click the stopwatch for core size. And then for the last keyframe again, you reduce the core size. Let's say I put 1.5 or maybe 1. Okay, something like this. Paham? And then try to preview. And you can also animate the glow intensity, glow spread, glow bias. You can animate that also. Okay, so I can see that the blur effect is too much towards the ending. Okay, the blurry sangat. Okay, so I go back to previous keyframe. At this keyframe, okay, I click the stopwatch for glow intensity, glow spread, glow bias. Okay, and then I go to the last keyframe. I adjust all this so that, you know, dia tak besar sangat dia punya effect dia. Spread, I reduce. Okay, and then glow intensity pun I reduce a bit. Okay, glow bias, I try to adjust a bit. Okay, lower down a bit. Intensity, I increase. So, okay, 0. Glow spread. Okay, glow intensity. Okay, so that the effect is not so much. Yes. Dah type? Dah type. Okay, select one of your solid, duplicate, and then tukar dia punya layer color dia. Dah tukar layer color? Dah. Okay, and then go to your effect control panel. Core type, change to text layer. Yeah. Kemudian text layer, choose your text layer. Yeah. Yeah. Tutup mata text layer. Yeah. Cuba play. Review area tu saja. Macam mana nak tahu area tu? Select your solid, tekan U. Solid yang U tukar warna tu, select and then press U. You nampak dia punya keyframe dia, letak dia punya work area start dengan work area end. Jadi tak? Boleh? Dia hilang kan? Sebab memang kita buat bagi dia line dia hilang dekat tempat lain. Kan? So select your solid layer, tekan U dekat keyboard. You tukar warna kan? Select your pink layer, tekan U dekat keyboard. Go to your last keyframe. Kan ada button go to next keyframe, go to previous keyframe kan? Go to your last keyframe and then change your end offset to 100. Dia jadi sangat terang. Betul? Okay, go to your previous keyframe. Masa dia kena kat sini ya, nampak tak? Okay, so you click the stopwatch for glow intensity, glow spread, glow bias, core size. Kan? Kemudian pergi dekat last keyframe, adjust nilai-nilai dia supaya dia tak terang sangat. Saya letak 30, 0.07, 01. Okay, and then, okay, you can also animate dia punya ni. Ingat tak kita ubah dia punya roundness dengan apa, start size, end size. Okay, also same thing. Go to previous keyframe and then click the stopwatch for start size dengan end roundness. Klik stopwatch je, tak payah ubah. End roundness. Kemudian go to your last keyframe. Start size, tukar ke 100. Balik ke asal. Okay. And then end roundness, letak I think 0.5. 0.5. And then dia jadi balik, terang balik. Okay, kurangkan lagi. Dia punya glow intensity. Okay, dia punya glow spread. Okay, and then the core size. Okay. Jadi, and all these lines here, each solid, you can actually change the color. Okay, so just randomly lah. So I just select one by one. Ataupun let's say I select this, change to a different color. Okay, I select another one, change to a different color. Select next, another color. The glow color. Okay, cuba ubah.
Kalau macam effect tu dia laju sikit. Kan keyframe
Ya, betul. Select the solid layer, tekan U, select all the keyframe. Hold alternate, click and drag. Take a look at my screen. Just simply randomly change some colors.
kalau dulu kan macam ni tak sikit. So kalau dulu macam nak khusus ni kena ada banyak dulu. itulah. So I want to do the effect macam artifact.
Okay, very good question. Okay, kalau logo, okay, saber you can apply to a mask and a text layer. Betul? So logo, is it a mask? No, right? So you have to change it into a mask first. All right. So for example, okay, take a look here. Okay, logo, if you want to, you need to get it from Illustrator.
Yes.
Okay, so and then you need to convert it into a shape first. Okay, so for example, let me think.
So, dia kena fight Illustrator kalau JPEG tak boleh.
Tak boleh. You kena lukis balik kalau JPEG. Lukis dia punya mask dia. So, dia boleh ya. Okay. So let's say I dah download this logo and then I open in Illustrator and then I pergi dekat layer, dia ada text dengan logo kat sini. Let's say this one. So select dia, ungroup dia. Okay, so let's say okay, saya asingkan layer ni. Saya cut and then okay, my PC dah jadi very slow. New layer and then I paste in front. Okay, contohlah saya buat. Okay, assuming ada 2 layer ataupun banyak layer lah according to your logo, and then you save as. Have you come across this problem when you open Illustrator, right? Your entire computer becomes slow. No. Recently only. Okay, when you're saving Illustrator file and then you want to bring to After Effects, make sure you check your document size. Okay, dia akan ikut. Dia akan ikut. Katakan this is 100 pixel by 100 pixel, but it's a vector. It's okay. But then when you import, it will follow the size. Okay, so I'm going to import here. So I go to File, Import, File, and then I choose the logo, AI, here. Okay, when you import logo, AI, or PSD file, here import as, you must change it to composition retain layer sizes. Okay, import. When you import, it will become a composition. When I double click the logo, I get my logo here. Okay, so I'm going to select both layers, copy this, and then I go back here. Okay, let's say I paste it. So I get this. All right. Okay, after I have this logo, so let's say my parent. Okay, let's say I put it in the center. Control something like this. So okay. Okay, so here I'm going to convert this into a shape. Right click, and then I go to create shapes from vector layer. Click. And this bottom one also, right click, create shape from vector layer. Okay, and then what I do, I expand this layer, expand the content. Okay, this one we have an issue. So many path. Okay, tak apa. Saya buat yang kita copy tadi, yang atas. Okay, I expand this, expand the content. Here I got group 1, part 1, part. Copy this. Control C to copy. Okay, and then I go back to my solid. Control D to duplicate. I change the color so that I can see this clearly. Sorry, yeah. Let's say pink. Okay, so and then I put a solo here so that only this will be visible. I expand here, expand the mask, expand mask 9, click the mask path, and then we paste. Nampak? Okay, so now from shape it become a mask. All right, so now when I select layer, press U in my keyboard. So this is my keyframe. So let's say I put mark in and out, I get this. Nampak? Ikut kita punya setting lah. Okay, kat sini kan kita ada what you call 100%. And then dia punya apa size dia and all that. Okay, after dah fully appear, then kita lower opacity, reveal the original logo. Faham tak?
So kalau macam tadi yang ada banyak layer dekat, macam mana kita buat satu-satu lah.
You kena asingkan layer dia dekat Illustrator.
So kalau layer dia ada dua je, okey lah.
Yep.
Macam layer 1 tadi group banyak kan?
Sebab saya tak asingkan dia tadi.
Kalau macam ni, group banyak mana? Sebab dia banyak layer.
Bukan, banyak objek.
Oh, banyak objek.
Aku tak nampak. Oh, sorry. Kat sini. Ni. Kan setiap ni satu objek kan. So dia jadi mask shape 1, shape 2, shape 3 macam tu. So kat sini dia jadi group lah. Group 1, group 2, group 3. Okay, faham tak? Okay. Clear? Yeah. So you need to try. Okay, any question? Saber. Kirk, do you have any question? So save your file. Save your file and close your project. I want you to import. Okay, since you're familiar with Illustrator, okay, let's say you have a design and then you have some, circle shapes, few circle shape. And for each of the circle shape, you want to put a video 1, video 2, video 3, let's say. Okay, so what we do is we use the track mat key. Remember the track mat? Remember? Tak ingat? Okay, never mind. So what we do, go to import from asset AI folder. Okay, we just use any images here lah. Any image from this logo AI. What is this? Okay, assuming this is circle, rectangle, or whatever shape, we want to put our video inside here. Let's say. Okay. So what you do, you import. Okay, when you import, make sure you when you save your file in Illustrator, make sure you separate all the objects in a different layer. Okay, and then you go to import. When you import, let's say I choose the logo, logo AI, import as composition retain layer sizes. Okay, two things. One is you separate objects into different layer. Second thing is your document size. Okay, so you select this logo AI and then composition retain layer sizes, and then you import. Okay, and then you get a composition here. You see, if you notice here, right, the resolution, it will follow the document, the AI file. But the rest of the settings, square pixel, duration, frame rate, it will follow your previous setting. Got it? Okay, and then double click the logo composition. Okay, so here, okay, you'll get this. Okay, so I have two layers here. What layers is? Okay, layer 2, I don't know what is that. Delete. Okay, and then if you want to put your video inside this shape, any shape doesn't matter. Okay, you import your video, any video. Drag and drop the bottom, and then adjust the size. Do you still remember this? We have a shape on top, we have a video or image at the bottom, and then you go to the track mat. If you can't see the track mat, click the toggle switch mode, and then change the track mat for the video to layer 1. Okay, so assuming this is shape lah, shape 1, shape 2, shape 3, and then you letak video 1, video 2, video 3. Yes, correct. Faham? Okay, so now when I play, I have a video inside the text. Okay, so this track mat, right? Okay, the older version of After Effects, it will be in a list form. Bila you click track mat dekat sini, dia ada 4 option. Okay, so what are the option will be? Alpha mat, alpha inverted, luma mat, luma inverted. Tapi dalam version baru, latest lah tahun ni je dia tukar, dia ada button macam ni. Nampak tak? Sebelah track mat ni dia ada a square with a circle. That is alpha mat selected. Click to switch to luma mat. Okay, when you click, it will change to luma lah. Okay, and then beside that, there is a blank box here. Right. Okay, when you bring your cursor, click to invert the mat. Yes, terbalik. Okay, alpha mat means, okay, by default, it is alpha. Okay, by default, when you choose the track mat at layer shape, layer 1, right? Okay, it become a alpha mat. Alpha mat means anything solid, it will be visible. Anything transparent, invisible. Maksudnya, let's say for example, I select my layer 1, I off everything, I click toggle transparency grid. Nampak? Luar transparent kan? Dalam solid kan? Tak kisah any color. Putih ke, merah ke, as long as it is solid, it will be visible. Means the video will be visible here. Transparent, it won't be visible. That is alpha mat by default. Clear? Okay, if I choose inverted, so now I off back, on back, and then I choose inverted. So dia terbalik. Dalam dia transparent, luar dia jadi solid, nampak, visible. Clear? Okay, and how about this luma mat? Okay, luma mat, you can apply. Have you used opacity mask in Illustrator? Dekat mana? Di mana? Betul. Ada opacity, transparency. Transparency, dia ada blending mode, dia ada opacity, and also make mask. That is opacity mask. Opacity mask, it will work with black and white color. Putih maksudnya, layer mask pernah guna tak? Dekat Photoshop. Layer mask? Layer mask? No. No. Okay, never mind. Okay, white means visible, black means transparent. Okay, all right. So this one, any problem? Managed to do or not? This logo. Managed to do? All right. So this one, I delete everything first. Delete everything from the project panel. I want you to import this file. Inside overlay, there is a ink plot 01. Import that. And then import another video. One more video, any video. Okay, and then you create a new composition, new composition, full HD 1920 1080, square pixel, 25, duration, let's say 10 seconds. You drag and drop your video to your timeline, and then right click, transform, fit to comp width, and then drag and drop your ink blot at the top. Video bawah, ink blot atas. Finish tu? Dapat? Dah ke? Try to play. And you will see a black and white color video, which is the ink blot. Okay, and then if I turn off the visibility, I get my video lah. This is my video. Okay, now using this, right, this black and white video, I want to show my video, which is the flower, inside this black color area. So I can use the Luma matte to do that. But Luma matte, white color is visible, black color is transparent. So we have to invert. You understand? Okay, so after you place these two videos on top of each other, ink blot must be at the top. So at the bottom layer, choose the track matte, change to ink blot 01, and then by default it will become alpha matte. We don't want to use alpha matte, we want to use a Luma matte. So you click this button here to change to Luma matte. But here what happened? Only white color area is visible. How do I know it's visible or invisible or black color? Click the toggle transparency grid. You will know. Faham? When I change to Luma matte, I get this. When I click the toggle transparency grid, I can see it's transparent actually, not black color. Then I need to go to invert. Okay, so now when I play back, I get this. Faham? Invert, sebelah Luma matte tu, dia ada satu ruang kosong kecil. Petak. Invert. Dekat video yang kita nak, dekat bawah lah. Track map tukar ke layer atas dia. Sebelah track map ada a square shape with a circle. That is alpha. Bila kita klik sekali, dia jadi luma. And sebelah dia invert. Jadi tak? Sekali dia jadi luma. Okay. Kemudian sebelah dia ada inverted. Hitam putih. Okay, so sebenarnya dia alpha track map luma ni, color hitam maksudnya transparent, putih maksudnya visible. Tapi in video yang kita ada ni tengah-tengah hitam. Okay, belakang dia putih kan. So kita kena invert. Okay, faham Okay, so kalau let's say this is video, this ink blot is a video, you can also use an image. Okay, for example, I search for black and white. Contoh. Silhouette. Contoh something like this. So yang ini nampak objek dia hitam, background putih. So we have to luma invert. Faham? Kalau kita guna PNG image macam mana? Kena pakai luma tak? Contoh, I ada black and white, tapi dia PNG, transparent background. Okay, so I go to images, tools, color. Itu kan. Okay, let's say something like this. Ni bukan transparent. Okay, let's say something like this. Dia transparent background, let's say. Okay, so you don't have to use luma, you just use alpha saja. Tak perlu tekan apa-apalah maksudnya. Okay, but hitam. Sorry, dia memang solid lah. Okay, dalam means solid. Luar transparent. So dalam tak akan nampak. Faham tak? Okay, for example, let's say ambil try to save. Okay, sometimes this checker box ni just a preview. Try to import. Nampak? Dia appear dengan checker box. So ni just a fake PNG. If I click here, sometimes you need to download from the actual website. Klik, kita download tak? Kita download PNG free. You see, design like this, for example. You can take this pattern and then put your video inside. Click in order, question mark. 9, 7. So, okay, and then I go to import. Okay, and then I drag and drop here. Okay, I have these people here. Let's say it's turn off. Okay, nampak kan? Okay, so I right click, transform, fit to com, height. And then I press S for scale, and then I make it smaller. This is PNG image with transparency. Okay, so let's say I'm going to use the same video here below the image. Right click, transform, fit to com width. Okay, and then here just track matte, we change to your PNG image. That's it. Don't have to click Luma or whatever. But if it is a solid image, black and white image, then you have to. Okay, so this one attack. Okay, let's say this image. Okay, here got watermark, right? It's okay. So let's say I just save the image. Okay, it's a WebP format. Let's say I save. And then I go to here, import this. This is a black and white image. Okay, I turn off everything, right click, transform, fit to com width, and then I align to top to bottom to center. Okay, let's say center lah. Okay, and then I drag and drop my video below that. Okay, black color means, as I mentioned, transparent, white means visible. Okay, if I change this to the top video, by default, this is alpha. Okay, so this one is smaller already, right? Okay, by default, this alpha, you need to click Luma. Nampak? White color area, it's visible. Black color, dia jadi transparent. So, you have to invert. Baru nampak mata dia. Faham? And when you play back, it's a video. Clear? Clear? All right. Any question? Any question? Soalan tak ada. Tak ada. Okay, all right. If no question, save your file. We go for lunch. Come back in 1 hour time. Tak ada soalan? Tak ada? Okay. Save your file and close project. Oh yeah, the light. Okay, you import your logo, previous logo, any logo, create a new composition, and then place the logo inside. Oh, sorry. Okay, tengok sekejap. If you want to do something like this, right, I use this CC Light Burst 2.5. Okay, so apply the effect to the layer first. CC Light Burst 2.5, apply to the image, PNG image or any transparent object, or even text also can. Okay, after you apply, by default, you have some.
Pasti. Yeah.
Okay, all right. By default, you can see some blurry effect here. So what we do, we change the ray length to 0 first. Ray length to 0. Okay, let's say I want this point, right? Okay, sorry, take a look. If when you select the CC light burst, right, there is a center point in the middle, which you can actually move it. Nampak tak center point? Dekat tengah-tengah. Ada tak? Okay, so we're going to animate the center and also the ray length. Okay, so at the beginning, let's say about 1 second duration. At 1 second duration, I put the center point at this corner. Okay, and then I click the stopwatch for the center. And then let's say about 3 second duration, I move the center point to here, to the other corner. One second dengan 2 second equal lah. The timing you can put anytime, as long as dia ada starting dengan ending time.
Kan sekarang ni tak sedia yang one kalau atas tu
Kat sini ke?
kalau begitu
Select your layer. Select your layer dekat timeline. Ada tak? Tak ada juga. Tak ada juga. Means tak ada lah.
tak tadi ada tapi dia
Mungkin you ter-undo ke? Ter-delete? Oh ni, sebelah project panel. Select, tak ada.
oh
So you apply again. The center point. It is in the middle. Just try to click and drag from the middle. Can? No. Cannot. Okay. All right. Okay. Take a look here. Okay, let's say I delete back this. I delete. Okay, I have this image here. I apply the light burst. Okay. When you deselect, okay, you don't see the bounding box. You don't see anything. When you select your layer, you see the bounding box. In the center here, can you see the anchor point? Okay. When I select this light burst 2.5, another thing appear here at the same place at the anchor point. You click and drag. Okay, after you put this center point over here at this corner, click the stopwatch at 1 second ke 0 ke. At first frame, I click the stopwatch at this corner, and then I go to about 2 second duration. I move the center point to the other corner. Faham? Yeah. Okay, and then what we do, okay, this blur effect, right? I want it to be somewhere in the middle. Beginning, I don't want it to be blurry. Ending, also, I don't want it to be blurry. So in the middle only, I want it to be blurry. So in the middle, put your time in between the two keyframes, and then you click the stopwatch for ray length. Okay, and then move your time to the first frame, change the ray length to 0. Move your time to 2 seconds, change the ray length to 0. And then try to preview. There is another one, light ray dengan light strip.
Kalau macam ni kan, kita ambil yang dah siap dia flat lah contohnya. Kita nak tukar jadi gradient gitu kalau dalam grafik flat.
Nak macam ni ke atau the whole thing gradient?
Okay, gradient macam ni lah. Kan dah tengok dia gradient macam dulu. Tapi kalau kita save tu flat. Kita boleh tukar juga ke macam
Boleh, tapi dia leceh sikit lah. Tapi boleh. Okay, for example lah. So since you ask, okay, katakan I letak fill color. Flat. Okay, I want to apply a gradient to this object. Okay, so I need to apply another. One option is gradient ramp. Kalau gradient ramp, dia dua warna saja. And then kalau you letak what we call 4-point gradient. When I search for gradient, right? Okay, there is a 4-color gradient ramp. Gradient ramp ada dua warna. 4-color gradient ada 4 saja. Okay, but kita nak yang colorful, banyak color kan? Okay, so what we do, we draw a rectangle shape. Okay, so I draw a rectangle shape, bukan mask kan? Rectangle shape. And then I go to fill option, gradient, linear gradient. Then I click OK, and then go to color, and then I choose color lah, apa yang saya nak. Okay, for example here, can you see the gradient is in the middle here? Bukan dari hujung ke hujung kan? Okay, let's say I click OK first. I go to my selection tool, nampak tak yang ini? You have to drag corner to corner, hujung ke hujung. Then I go to color, I tukar lah. So yang ni saya tukar ke, let's say something like this. Okay, and then I add another color, click at the bottom here, choose a different color slightly, choose another color, okay, ubah warna sikit, choose another color, let's say, something like this simple one. Okay, let's say something like this. Okay, and then I can move these points here, like this. Okay, this color, I put it at the bottom. And then go to track matte, remember? Okay. If let's say this flower and this face is different layer, then kena buat sekali, masing-masing. So you can use different color. Yes.
kalau select dulu tak buat kan kita buat setting kan. Kalau macam Photoshop malas kan kita select dulu ambil cerita. So kalau macam ni kita kena buat setting.
Okay, kalau you ada dua layer, contoh saja. Okay, take a look here, saya undo balik. Okay, kalau you ada satu PNG kat sini, kemudian satu lagi PNG saya letak dekat sebelah dia, contohlah. Dua layer kan? Okay, dua-dua layer ni I nak apply gradient yang sama. Okay, so katakan saya scalekan dia. Saya uncheck dia and then I scalekan dia. Okay, and then I select dua-dua, I pergi position, saya tarik dia, contoh. Okay, so if I use the track matte, dia akan apply pada satu layer saja. I go to track matte and then I can choose either one only. Nampak? Salah satu. Okay, so what we can do here in this case, kita select dua-dua, on tap balik, ni no matte, select dua-dua layer ni, right click pre-compose, move all attribute, click OK. So dia jadi satu layer. Now I can use the track matte, pre-compose. Okay, clear? Okay, alright. Just now we were doing this one. Okay, ni dah faham? Light burst. Alright, So I go back to here. Let me send it back. Okay. So, okay, like burst ni, we off temporary. Go to your effect control panel, turn off the effects. When you off the effects, it won't be affected anymore. All right, now you go to effects and presets, search for light again. Okay, you go to light ray. Like that. Yeah. Okay, so here also you have center and then you have radius. Try to move your center. Okay, click dekat center and then you move it. Nampak? Dia macam something like a glue effect. Apply light rays dari effects and preset. Baru. Yang tadi tu tutup effects. Dekat effect control panel kan? Ada CC kan? CC light ray kan? Ada FX kan? Klik pada FX tu. Maksudnya kita off kan dia lah. Okay, now apply light rays. So kita nak animate dia punya center point. Okay, katakan pada awalnya kedudukan ke atas ni, click the stopwatch of the center, move your time to 2 seconds or whatever, move your center point, and then click. Yep. But slightly different effects lah. And if you also notice, right, can you see there is a square shape here? Sampai sini. Kan? Okay, that's because of your object. So I stop the playback. Okay, when I select my image, this is the size of my image. Nampak? Okay, itu satu. Okay, some effect you can make it bigger. So this one doesn't have any option. So what you can do before you apply, you pre-compose first. When you pre-compose, you get a bigger size. Then only you apply. Okay, that's one option. Let me try with another option, composite. Still the same. Tak boleh juga. So you need to pre-compose. Okay, before you apply this effect. But you know what it does lah. So maybe you can reduce the radius there. Okay, for example, I go to light ray, the radius. Okay, I try to reduce this. Let's say I put 20, for example. So you don't see the effect so much at the edge. And then shapes around. So yep. Still nampak juga. If you have text also, it will be, looks nice when you use this effect. Tak ada? Tak ada. Okay, dapat tak light ray? Can lah. Okay, so usually, right, okay, we we make the object appear, then only we apply this light effect. Okay, so for example saja, so let's say this one first. I move my keyframe. Okay, from 0 to 1 second, I want the logo to appear. Let's say I animate the scale, for example. Okay, at 1 second, I click the stopwatch. At first frame, I make it flat in x-axis like this, 0. Okay, and then edit the graph. Go to graph editor. Drag. And then when I play back, I get this. You understand? Okay, logo appear first, then we have this effect. Boleh? Alright. Okay, so again, turn off the effects for now. You go to light again. And then you go to light sweep. Apply light sweep. Can you see the center point? Okay, so you move it out, let's say about 0, time 0. You click the stopwatch for this center point. And then at, let's say 2 seconds, you move the center point to the other side. And then try to play. Okay, tengok sekejap. So this one I animate the scale. Okay, and then at 1 second I apply the light sweep. Okay, bila apply light sweep, nampak tak dia ada satu center point. Okay, if I try to move this, I have like a shining kind of thing here. And then what I do, I want this center point to move from this point to this point. So I need to change this direction, this light direction. So you go to direction here, rotate, click and drag. Rotate the direction, then move this center point to the top left hand side. Click the stopwatch for center. Okay, and then move your time to about 2 seconds, let's say. Move your center point again to the other side. And then try the preview. Okay. And when you move your time, right, can you see the light here? When the light is in center, you can adjust all this. Okay, the width you can adjust, make it thicker, thinner, whatever. Okay, sweep. Okay, more thing. This is edge intensity. Yeah, increase a bit. Edge thickness. Okay, something like this. And then I try to play again. Take a look. Okay, maybe slower a bit so that you can see clearly. Okay. Usually, if you notice, right, this kind of effect, you will see double line, not single line like this. Okay, so to put double line, you apply another effect. Another effect, and then you offset the keyframe. Come back. Okay, so I select light sweep, saya copy. Okay, ataupun saya Control D to duplicate. Nampak? I duplicate the effect. Okay, I select my layer, I press U in my keyboard. Okay, so there is two center animation, right? So this either one of it, I move it so that I get a double line appearing. Nampak? Okay, and one of it is thinner, not same thickness. Okay, so I go to light sweep 2, the width I reduce, and then intensity reduce, this one reduce. Example lah. And then to make it nearer, I move this a bit. Then jadi tak? Dah semua? Dah? Ada soalan? Soalan? Double line. Oh, scale. Dia flip and muncul kan? That is just a scale. Select the layer, press S for scale, and then I uncheck the constraint proportion. Go to 1 second, click the stopwatch. 1 second, click the stopwatch. And then go to first frame, change the X scale only, the horizontal scale only 0. The vertical leave it. Zero, 100, eh? Jadi tak? Okay. Dia dah letak dia punya keyframe pada 1 second dulu kan? 1 second, click the stopwatch. Click the stopwatch. First frame, X value dia kosong. Jadi, and also make sure anything that is moving in your video, you must edit the graph. F9 dulu, baru edit graph. And if it is too slow, too fast, adjust back your keyframe. The position of the keyframe, you adjust so that, tengok kalau slow sangat, you lajukan. Kalau laju sangat, you slowkan. Any other question? Soalan? Soalan? Any question? Okay, save your file. Save your file, close your project. We'll take a short break and then continue back. Sorry, before we go for break, what you do, you close your project and then you go to import. I want you to import this video. Frame 01. And then drag and drop to your timeline. Frame 01, import, and then drag and drop to the timeline. It will create a composition, correct? Bukan new composition. So it will create train 01 composition, betul? Video jumpa tak? Train 01. After import, tarik letak dekat timeline. It will create a composition. Yep. Kemudian you go to tracker panel. Go to window, choose tracker. Tracker. Okay, dekat tracker panel sebelah kanan dia ada 4 option: track camera, track motion, warp stabilizer, stabilize motion. So you click at track camera. And then boleh pergi rehat. Okay, leave it to process. Track camera. Sometimes some video it will take very long time to process. Kalau dah nak cepat lah, dah nak siap lah. Okay, shall we continue? Okay, what we just did is we any video that doesn't have a lot of motion blur, means there is no fast movement, we can do camera tracking. And also there is no reflection. If let's say you shoot a video of a building with a lot of glasses, right, or a lot of reflection, right, that one also cannot. Okay, it won't be accurate. Okay, so after you do the camera tracking, you'll have all these points. Can you see all these points? Okay, these are the track points. When you move your cursor, it will try to connect 3 points. It will try to connect 3 points. Let's say, for example, when I play back, okay, it's just spinning around the track here. Okay, I move my time somewhere in the middle. I want to put an object over here in the middle. All right, so when I move my cursor, it will try to connect 3 points. We can choose from the circle. Can you see the circle is aligned to the track? Okay, when you see a circle aligned to track, you can actually right click and then create text or camera, solid or camera, null and camera. Either one lah. Okay. Or if let's say when you move your cursor, you don't find any points, let's say, you can manually select one, click at the point, track point, shift click, shift click, shift click, minimum 3. More than that also can. I can just click and drag to select more points also can. But it's not aligned properly, you see? Okay, or maybe I select one here, one over here, another one here. Okay, it's a bit slanting a bit. All right, so you need to choose a point where you want to put your object. Okay, let's say I want to put somewhere in the middle here. So I select one point, shift click, and shift click. And then right click, you choose create null and camera. Create null and camera. So, tak kisah, 3 ke 4 ke tak kisah. Asalkan circle tu dia align to the ground. Sudah? Null and camera. Kenapa null? So that we can put other objects, video ke, other element. Remember we create the circle. Okay, I want to put that here. Alright. Dah create now? Okay. So in your layer, you will see there is a 3D track camera and also track null 1. Okay, and when you expand your track null 1, if you press U in your keyboard, sorry, not U, when you expand, transform, it is already in a 3D object. There is some value at the position, there is a value at orientation. And your object is somewhere around here. Okay, so we're going to import the circle that we created earlier, and then we're going to attach to this null object. Understand? Understand? Okay, so you go to import your project file, After Effects project file. Do you remember which? Don't remember. Okay, I check the time. You go to view details. It's on yesterday around 11 something. Yang circle. Ya, betul. Tapi kita tak nak ambil yang grid, kita nak ambil circle saja. You import the project file, dalam tu akan ada composition. Kan ada circle 1, circle 2, content 1, content 2, kemudian ada final. Yeah, you import that. Whenever you import an After Effects project file, it will go into a folder. Inside the folder, you will find your circle 1 and circle 2. Found it? Dah ke? Satu je. Either one, nak choose one and then tarik, letak dekat bawah sini. Sudah? Grab circle 1 or circle 2 and then put it at the bottom. Okay, after you drag and drop your object, right? Okay, what you do, you move your anchor point to the bottom of the circle. Use your pen behind to uncheck your snapping. If your snapping is on, turn off your snapping. Just drag it to the bottom of the circle here, the white color line. Why move the anchor point? Okay, you see, our null object is on the track, correct? Okay, later when we parent, we want this anchor point to on that track, or else the circle will go half underneath. So it won't be, stick together. It will be like sliding a bit. Right? Okay, so move the anchor point to the bottom. Okay, and then you go to, let me see. You go to create a new null object. Okay, this null object, right, it already have some values here. Okay, we want this circle to follow the position and orientation of this null track. Okay, if you don't want to create null object, also still can. Means this one we don't touch. Track null 1 we don't touch. Okay, And let's say if I create another null object, I will make the null object as parent to the circle. And then this new null that we created, we will follow the track null one. Okay. We create a new null object. We have track null one. We have circle. Circle parent to the null one. Null one follow track null one. Clear? All right. Okay, to do that, go to layer, new null object. Null object. Okay. And then what we do, we make the circle and the null 2 into 3D layer. Got it?
Yes.
Okay. And then, okay, so I think cannot. Sorry, my mistake. Okay, you see the null object is in the center here, supposed to be at the bottom of the circle. Okay, I undo back before make it 3D layer. Okay, you select your null 2, press P for position, you move it to the bottom of the circle like this. Then you make it 3. Yeah, null 2. Before 3D layer, then make it 3D layer. Parent the circle to null 2. Dapat? Sudah? Parent the circle to the null 2 after make it 3D layer. Dapat? Okay, and then you expand the position, P for position, Shift R for rotation for the null 2, and also track null 1. P for position, Shift R for rotation. Track null 1 dengan null 2. Position and rotation. Dapat? Okay, and then what we do is we want the null 2 to follow track null 1. So for that, we use the property pick width. Okay, same row with the position of null 2, there is a property pick width. Nampak? Tarik dia, click, hold and drag to the track null 1 position. Lepas. Kemudian orientation. Orientation of the null 2 property pick width, tarik, letak pada orientation of the track null 1. Position to position, orientation to orientation. Can you see your circle now sitting on the track? Okay, but then it's flat. So kita kena rotate dia naik atas. So you go to your circle 01, you press R for rotation, and then rotation X Why rotation X? Because I can see this arrow here. Okay, X rotation, you click, hold and drag supaya dia tegak. So 90 degree lah. 90. Faham? And then select the circle, press S for scale, adjust the size. Rotation X. Try to play back. Kecil sikit, scale. Lepas rotate 90 darjah, dia dah tegak kan? So kecilkan sikit. Dapat. Sudah semua? Okay, any problem when you preview? Dia tak nampak macam melekat ke, dia sliding ke? Ada? If you choose the wrong points, right, your object might be sliding. Okay, then what we do, stop the playback. I'm going to create something like a shadow. Okay, select circle 01, press Ctrl D to duplicate. Okay, press Ctrl D to duplicate, and then we want to distort this object, the one we just duplicate. To distort the object, you can go to Effects and Preset, search for corner pin. Apply that to the one you duplicate. Dah apply? You'll see in your effect control panel, corner pin. Yeah? Okay, once you apply corner pin, right, you'll see there is 4 pins at the corner. Actually tak nampak lah. Okay, dia ada satu bulat dekat hujung. Small circle. Okay, you click, hold and drag yang dekat atas ni, tarik ke bawah. Okay, yang dekat atas ni, tarik ke bawah. Okay, something like this. Yang sebelah sini pula, naik. Something like this. Something like this. And you adjust lah sampai dia nampak macam perspektif. Faham? Okay, and then we make it into a black color. Okay, you see here, my shadow is actually on top of this line. Kan? So I bring the layer to the bottom, 1. Okay, and then I'm going to make it into a black color. So you can search for fill. Okay, apply the fill, and then change the color to black color or dark gray or whatever. And change the blending mode to multiply. I put a dark gray, yeah? Blending mode to multiply. Right click pada layer, blending mode, multiply. Okay, and then apply some blur effect. Blur, you apply fast box blur. Dia ringan sikit. Fast box blur. And then increase the blur radius a bit, just to make it slightly blurry. And if you want, you can lower down the opacity. Dah duplicate belum? Okay, pergi dekat effects and preset, search for film. Ya, apply pada yang kita apply shadow tu. Kalau merah tukar ke color hitam. Blending mode, multiply, tambah blur sikit, and then kurangkan opacity, and then cuba preview. Right click pada layer, pergi blending mode, multiply. Okay, nampak tak? Dia seolah-olah berada dalam video. Dah siap. And sometimes if you notice, right, that if there is a drone footage, okay, of city or whatever, and then you want to put a location icon, okay, you can use this method also. Or you can also use track motion. Okay, boleh? Okay, don't worry. I'll share you guys the video, then you can, follow along. Okay, you need to practice. All right. Okay, you can drop email to Atikah ke? Siapa email dia? Okay, all right. Okay, let's say just for exercise purpose, we do in the tracker panel, we saw 4 options, right? Okay, we have track camera, track motion. Track motion is 2D, just one point. Okay, so here after we track camera, we put our object. When the camera move, object also like spinning, right? Correct or not? Correct or not? Okay, but when you do track motion, the object will not spin. It will stay at the same place, but it will not spin. So more suitable for location icon. You understand? Okay. Okay, let's say somewhere around here, I want to put an icon, the location icon, Okay, that one. So for that, I don't want the icon to be spinning.
Or just static.
Just facing the camera always, right? So we use the track motion. Okay, now what we do, we try to do the track motion. Okay, before that, do you have any question over here? After you track camera, okay, so let's say I want to put a text. Take a look here. Okay, after I track camera, I will get all the points, right? Now, can we see the points? Track points? No, right? Tak nampak kan? Okay, to view back the track points, you select your video, click the effect name, 3D camera tracker in the effect control panel. then you'll be able to view again. Faham? Okay, let's say I want to put something else at another location. I want to put a text. Okay, so what I do, I try to select some of this point here. So maybe I want to put something here. Okay, I select one point here, shift select. So I get this point. Okay, and then right click, create text. Earlier it has text and camera, solid and camera, null and camera. Camera already created. So now tinggal text saja. Let's say I choose text. And then after I choose text, I get a text layer here. Let's say I rename this as After Effects. Okay, and then I reduce the font size. Okay, after reducing the font size, okay, it's flat on the ground. You go to your selection tool. Okay, and then you can rotate using this orientation here. I can just simply click and drag, and then bring the cursor to the red color circle. I click and drag to make it straight. Something like this. And then adjust the font size some more. Or you can use the scale also can. And then preview.
yang font tadi tu.
Okay, sekali lagi. One more time, don't worry. Okay, I delete. Okay, select your video. Okay, kemudian click at the 3D camera tracker. Nampak dia punya track points, right? Okay, now I want to put a text somewhere around here. So I need to choose the right points. So let's say I just simply click at one of this point, shift click at one of this point, shift click here. So look at the circle first. Before you create text, you must make sure the circle is aligned nicely to where you want it to be. So this okay, right? Then you right click, create text. Tak ada? Circle. Circle ke atau titik-titik tak ada? Select video, select 3D camera tracker dekat sini. Effect control panel. Can you do that? Bila nampak point, choose one point, shift click. Then right click on the circle, choose create text. You'll get a text layer. Double click the text layer, type your own text.
After choose regular text.
Layer. Do you have text layer?
No.
Have you right click and choose text? No.
I have to be quick.
Okay, one more time, take a look. One more time. I select my video, click on the name of the effect in your effect control panel. 3D camera tracker. You should be able to see all the points. Okay, and then I go to select one, shift click. Once you see the circle, right click. And then create text. Click. Right? And then double click your text layer, it will be highlighted. Type your own text, nama ke, company ke, whatever. And then reduce your font size. Or you can reduce the scale also can. Press S for scale and then kurangkan dia. And then rotate guna yang ini, yang circle-circle ni. Okay, pergi selection tool, bawa cursor dekat circle bawah yang biru, click and drag. Kemudian bawa cursor dekat circle color merah, click and drag supaya dia menegak. And then try to preview.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Sekarang dengan kasih tu duduk bawah tanah. Puskan kat bawah tanah. So kalau you play sekarang, ya, kasih tu dia macam tak dekat point. Nampak kasih tu. Naikkan ke atas, estimate budget S2 dulu ada. Ke atas sampai euro. Better sikit tapi tak berapa bagus. Sebab point yang dimilih tak bagus. Kita titik memang tak kena nak buat, kena fokus dulu. Kan, kita tak boleh naik dia. Yes. Itulah. Yep. Manage to do it? Any question? Okay, it is possible. Okay, take a look, everyone. Okay, there is pros and cons. Okay, the pro side, okay, you can make it into block. But the problem is, okay, if I go to composition setting, go to 3D renderer. Okay, so here, by default, it's classic 3D. If you want to make the block into text into a block, you see, take a look here. We already make the text into 3D text. Here, you see, geometry option is gray out. It says change renderer. Okay, if you want to make it thicker, you need to change the classic renderer to this one, Cinema 4D or Advanced 3D. If I choose Advanced 3D, right, you see, enable and disable. What are the things disabled? This is the most important one. Blending mode, you cannot use. Okay, and then track matte cannot use. Masking cannot use. And then what else? Motion blur cannot. Depth of field cannot. Light transition, shadow, non-environment cannot. You see, all these are quite important. Masking, track matte, okay, blending mode. Okay, so you cannot use. Okay, but if you use, okay, you can make it into block, number one. And then environment light, you can apply light. And then physical based light rendering. And then extrude, you can extrude lah, make it thicker. Okay, material, you can apply some material, a basic one lah. And then curve, footage, layer accept. So I'm not sure what is that. All right, so pros and cons. Okay, let's say I click OK. I choose Advanced 3D or same. This one also same. Cinema 4D also same. Okay, Advanced also same. Hang. I haven't saved that. Don't crash. Okay, let's say I choose Advanced 3D. I click OK. Okay, and then if you look at here, why my text changed already? Okay, so you go to text, geometry option. You see, now I have extrusion depth. I can make it thicker. You see, something like this. Okay, and then maybe it's very close to each other. I can adjust the tracking over here. Adjust the space out a bit, the letters. Okay, and then the bevel, maybe too thick. One, maybe. I cannot see my E. 0. Why? Bevel is none. Bevel depth 0. Maybe the font issue. Try to change to Cinema 4D and see. What font are we using? Arial Black, Arial Regular. Okay, I choose Prof. This one can save your memory a bit lah. Okay, but never mind. Okay, after you make it bevel, right? Okay, what you do, assuming this fine lah, assuming this fine. Okay, after you bevel the text, sorry, extrude the text, you go to layer, new, light. Okay, and then you choose spotlight, can, parallel light, point light, ambient light. Ambient means overall. Parallel, it works something like a sunlight. Spotlight, something like a torch light or a car light. Okay, something like that. Point light is like a candle, like a bulb, that kind of thing. Let's say I choose point light. Okay, color, maybe I choose some slightly yellowish color, and then click OK. Click OK. So you need to put your light near to your text. You see it become gray color, right? So you need to change your view. Okay, or maybe I try to drag. Okay, and then I try to drag. Difficult to assume here. So you need to change your view to, where is my to view? Let's say to view. Okay, so this is my top view. So I bring my light nearer. Now you can see clearly. Okay, this one I think font error. Okay, font error here. Okay, further a bit. Okay, maybe this side a bit. Okay, this is top view. And then I go to try to change to front view ke, and then you adjust the position lah. Okay, and then here the setting that we have, the light intensity. Okay, let's say I increase 150 maybe, make it more brighter. Something like this. Okay, but personally, I don't use block text using default After Effects. But there is a plugin called Element 3D. It's a paid plugin, but worth buying. Worth buying. Element 3D. Also from Video Copilot. But this one need to pay lah. The Saber is free, right? All this object you can get from the Element 3D. It is a plugin for After Effects. All these are 3D models. Okay, but still the default, even though the latest version of After Effects, they already updated their 3D, but still not as good as this plugin. Okay, so this one is very old actually, this plugin. Show you some text. Something like this. Much more nicer, right? Compared to the one we just did. Okay, so here, and also the Element 3D is quite light actually. Okay, quite light, and then the bevel all, you know, you can adjust the bevel, you can choose the material, gold, silver, chrome, you can choose. There's a lot of materials inside. Okay, something like this. All right. Okay, come back to here. Okay, here you still can add some what I call bevel also. For example, I go to my text here, geometry option, bevel, let's say angular. Can see any difference? Oh, sorry, here 0, 1, something like this. You can see, because my text is quite small actually. 0.1. Okay, you can see a bit lah. Let me try to scale up the text. Okay, can you see the bevel? The effect. Okay, so here, expand that, geometry option, concave, convex, okay, and then angular. Okay, so these are the bevel, and then there is a material option. Material, cast shadow, asset, ambient, reflection. Oh, they don't have anything preset. Sorry. Okay, so this one just cast shadow or not, accept shadow or not, lights on or not. Okay, something like that. Appears in reflection. Let's say I have another text, it will reflect this text. Okay. So this one not really recommended. Might as well use Illustrator. Okay. Okay. Any other question? composition setting, I change back to classic. Okay. You see, the moment I change to classic, this one gone. Yeah. Play. Okay, because I put a yellow color light, it affects all my objects here. That's why I said, ikut jalan macam dia okay lah kan? Oh, yours pergi ke hujung. Mungkin you animate, ataupun you salah pilih point, ataupun you ubah kedudukan. For example, I already choose a point, the 3 track point at a place, right? Sekarang kalau saya ambil teks ni, saya letak dekat sini, dia takkan melekat. Faham tak? Okay, take a look here. Let's say for example, I ambil teks ni, saya tarik teks, okay, and then saya letak dekat sebelah sini. Contoh. Okay, the light I delete first. Okay, so if I try to play this, not so bad lah, but actually it will be like look like sliding. Kena pilih balik 3 point, and then you need to create a new text. The position tu penting. Soalan. Agak-agak boleh apply tak? At your workplace. Okay, one more thing I just want to show you. Okay, ni I tunjuk saja. Okay, I go to import. Okay, remember whenever you import PSD file or AI file, okay, you need to import as composition retain layer sizes here. Okay, but if you choose video, there is no option, only footage. You choose image, only footage. But PSD and AI, you have this option. Choose composition retain layer sizes. Import. Let's say I import this car here. Okay, I double click. Okay, and then here we have all these layers here, separated and renamed in After Effects. In Illustrator. Alright. Kena siap dekat Illustrator dulu. Bila import, you dapatlah nama-nama dia. Cantik. Okay, make sure you rename. Okay, so contohnya, I nak animate creator ni. I select semua, okay, since semua ni asing-asing kan, instead of animate dia macam ni, what I do, I create one null object, parent the layers to the null object, then animate null sahaja. Faham? Okay, so I go to layer, new null object. First, select semua serentak kecuali background lah. Background jangan select. Okay, kemudian parent it to the null one. Itu yang pertama. Kemudian kita ada rim, brake dengan tire. Okay, so rim, brake dengan tire ni, okay, yang mana kena pusing, yang mana tak pusing? Rim pusing dengan tire pusing kan? Okay, so kita parent the rim to the tire. Parent the front rim to the front tire. Brake tak bergerak, so biar dia. Okay, so now when I select my tire, press R for rotation, so rim pun akan pusing lah. Faham? Okay, and then if I move the null object, okay, the whole thing will be moving, including the shadow. Okay, one more thing, whether the objects, all the objects that you're going to animate, you kena asingkan layer, separate the layer in Illustrator, correct? And also anything that has blending mode in Illustrator, you have to separate it. Faham? Because in Illustrator, without having multiple layers, you still can apply blending mode to objects. But in After Effects, you cannot do that. You cannot have one object, no blending mode, one object with blending mode in the same layer, cannot. So you have to separate it so that, for example, this shadow. Okay, so if I go to my, let's say I select this, I go to edit, I go to edit original. If I open the original file, right, I won't see this white color. Let's see, yeah, I edit original, it will open up in Illustrator. Because this shadow, they use gradient with the white color, I think, or blend with the white color. It should have some kind of blending mode. I think I need to use a lower version of Illustrator. Do you remember the After Effects? The first days were very lagging, right?
Yes.
Then after that, I found out the latest After Effects, it has problem with Intel driver, graphic driver. So I use a lower version. Same, yang this Illustrator pun sama juga, dia lembab sangat. Dia ada buka dulu. Okay, meanwhile, we go back to here. Okay, take a look here. Okay, this shadow, we need to change the blending mode. Okay, just remember lah, anything that got blending mode in Illustrator, you separate the layer. So that you come back here, you can still change the blending mode. So shadow is multiplied, so that the white color will become transparent. All right, like this. Okay, and then let's say I want to animate this null object. Okay, so let's say about 3 seconds. 3 seconds, I click the stopwatch, and then first frame, change the position. Okay, click and drag, click and drag. Okay, until I don't see any of this object. Okay, something like this. And then from 3 to 6, let's say I want it to stay. What should we do? You see, from 0 to 3 second, creator masuk dalam. And then sampai 6 second, I nak dia stay dekat sana. Kemudian dari 6 sampai 9, I nak dia keluar balik. So dekat 6 second, what should we do? Same what? Yes, correct. Same keyframe with the 3 second. How to do that? What button is that? What button is that? Center button. Add or remove keyframe. Okay, that's one way. Another way, copy and paste the keyframe. Got it? Okay, so you can copy and paste the keyframe at 3 seconds also can. You can click this center button also can. Okay, add or remove keyframe. All right. Okay, and then I go to 9 seconds, and then I move it up. You can move with your arrow also. Shift and left arrow key in your keyboard. Faster. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to select everything. F9 in the keyboard, and then go to graph editor. Okay, here, car enters and then it breaks and stop. Correct? So here the graph should be like this. Here. Okay, the graph should be something like this. So it will break slowly and then stop. And then here it moves out of the screen, right? So when you moving also should start slowly. Okay, so drag over here. Faham tak yang ni? Okay, so when I try to play back, take a look here. Nampak? Dia break slowly, kemudian masa nak gerak pun slowly gerak. Faham? Faham? Okay, now the magic is, what I want to show you is the rotation of the wheels. Okay, so I go to the front tire, press R for rotation, rear tire, press R for the rotation. Can you see there is a property pick whip? Drag and drop to the position. Okay, and here also property pick whip of the rotation of the car, put on the position here. Okay, and then I go to play. So you don't have to animate the wheels. So it will follow how we edit the graph for the position also. Slowly it will stop the rotation. Got it? Okay. Any question? Okay, for example, if you do something like this, right? Maybe you have a promotion or whatever, you can create the promotion, you parent to the car also can, you parent to the null object also can. Huh? Okay, so for example, go to the middle here. Whenever you parent, right, the time that you parent is very important. Make sure the car is visible. You put your logo here, then only you parent. So let's say angry face. Merge layer, footage. I drag and drop here. Okay, and then I change the position. That's the position. Okay, when the car is here, put at the right place, then you parent to the null also can, parent to the body also can. Okay, and then we play. Okay. Got it? So it can be anything, like it can be a video also can. You put a video on top and then you parent. So video will be playing. Understand? Any question? Not for now. Okay, all right. Okay, that's all I think. Okay, so before we end the session, okay, save your file, close it first. I need you guys to fill up a form